small change, you know? She's going to find those scenarios where she's useful. You're like, cool, I have a few cents. I could tip with this. I don't know. I don't know what you do with change. I don't have change.
I don't know what you do with change.
How would you? I just want to say, tipping a couple of cents.
I know.
You are such an ass.
Whoa. I just want to say,
He's unleashing himself here on the last hit.
I have lived most of my adult life in Asia where you don't tip, because if you tip, it's rude and people get really mad. Like, people actually, I've had people like get visually angry at me trying to tip them. So I wouldn't tip change because
Wow.
You know what? We'll segue back to Renata. Renata,
do we want to, or do we just want to continue to do this tag? I mean, it's 2 versus 1.
Come on.
I actually don't think we're going to see Renata all that much. Just for the fact that I don't think Renata is all that strong in laning phase. I think pretty much everything does well against her, whether it's like the hard engaged champions like Nautilus, Thresh, maybe Leona. I think Renata would be fine against, but you know, champions with those long range hooks, whether it's, you know, poke supports, which we don't get too many of, but the likes of like Karmas, I think would just heavily out trade her in lane because of how long her cooldowns are. You have no mobility, no escape tools, and you really only start seeing use once you get to like mid game or post laning phase, where I do think she's incredibly strong. So it's like a super weird dichotomy of like pretty trash in lane, pretty OP if she can get out of it. So I think there'll be spots.
Say cash?
No.
Just using my
No.
nomenclature.
Okay, there we go. Trash in lane, cash out of lane. So
there we go. I love it.
Maybe some teams will try it. I do think we'll see her, but I don't think we'll see her all that much.
Yeah, I think the hardest thing with Renata is that, like, the thing she is good against, she sucks against in lane, right? Like, she really doesn't want to go against super hard engaged supports because they just kill her because she can't get out of there. But that's what she works really well against in the mid game, where you're able to like, oh, this is a dive composition, fantastic. I'm going to toss out my ultimate. It's going to guarantee to hit X amount of people, and we're just going to be able to win the fight through that. So I think that's where it really comes a little bit hard. And then if you're like, oh, you know, well, she can get an easy laning phase against the enchanter supports. Well, traditionally, those are probably compositions that have a bit more long range that aren't going to just dive in and jump in on top of you. So you don't really get the value then out of the ultimate. And you don't really get the value out of the W either because, well, if you want the attack speed, steroid, and everything else, you want that on your AD carry. But if your AD carry isn't really under threat, then you're not getting the value out of the actual like revive and stuff like that. So I think it just gets a little bit complicated. So it feels like she doesn't strongly fit a niche, which I think is what teams really need from a lot of their, well, champions in general in League of Legends. Like, if you look at the champions we have, they very strongly fit a certain niche. You know, like, you're either a hyper carry, or you're an early game damage, or you're a champion that does well against, like, well, you want to kite back, or you want champions coming into you, or you can kind of like poke from range. Every champion kind of has a very strong identity, and I think that's the problem that we saw with Rel as well as a support champion, was that like she kind of had some good engage, but like she was just strictly worse than other people. And like, if you want someone that wants to like counter engage while also being like good in the laning phase, I mean, why not just go towards Janna? Like, Janna's insanely strong right now. So I don't know. It just feels kind of weird. I feel like she doesn't really hit anything hard. And I think that's why you should probably have a few niche scenarios when we see her, but probably not like crazy strong.
So yeah. I raise you something though. Hold on, your big brain analysis between the two of you, amazing stuff. I'm a play-by-play. I'm the only one here. I gotta represent a little bit. We have constant 8-minute fights at Rift Herald, constant 5v5s. I want to see the big cash money ultis. I want to see the chaos ensue in every single 5v5 fight that we get in 8 minutes. That's all I'm saying.
The thing is, like, I think if you were in regions that had less aggressive early games, like maybe LCS or LCK, which again, I'm just going off historically. I don't watch either one of those regions, but I think Renata would probably be fine.
I'm feeling such a big side of you today, Lyric. It's scary.
That's not even Flame. That's just there's too many LPL games. How do you watch other the fact Dagda is covering 2 leagues? You have Hysterics now doing 3 because he's on LCO today and has been doing PCS. It's like, man, how do you do it? Like, there's just so much going on.
I haven't slept in 3 days, Lyric.
Sleep is an enigma. We don't know what that is, all right? Like,
but point is, like, I think a lot of teams will be skeptical about being able to get Renata to that 8-minute point. We did see it banned yesterday. TS were banning it against BLG, so, you know, some teams are going to show respect to it. And again, I do think it will get picked, but I was talking to Ox yesterday about it, and the way Ox thinks it'll go, I think, is spot on, where someone's going to pick it, it is going to get absolutely slammed in lane. Teams are going to be like, my God, this champ is trash. They're not going to pick it up. And then maybe like 3-4 weeks later, maybe in summer, who knows, something like that, we get along the lines, someone brings it out in a situation where it does make sense, where it isn't like a fine laning matchup, it gets through lane, everything's fine. Then you see how OP it is in team fights, and teams will be like, what the hell? Why were we not picking
How
this the
did
whole
we
time?
not pick
So
this up?
that's kind of the cycle of Renata I expect to see. I don't think she'll ever be a consistent staple in the LPL meta, unless other things change, right? Whether it's like other champions getting nerfed or certain other champions coming in. So yeah, I'm kind of sad that we won't get to see her that much, but I'm hopeful. Who knows? Maybe they're playing her right now in LPL, because LPL's going on right now. I don't have it up, but she could be being played. Who knows? If I'm not seeing it, it's not existing, or it is existing.
There is one thing in the LPL. Yeah, of course. Man, why? There's one thing in the LPL that at least that I've heard is terrifying if you're going to be picking up Renata, and it is the Tahm Kench, one of my personal favorites in the LPL, and just because the way that our supports thrive on that pick. And I want to see if that works out. Maybe I'm stupid. Maybe I'm completely wrong that this doesn't work, and maybe Tahm Kench gets completely trashed. But I still think that the early laning phase will be so important against Renata, and our Tahm Kenches are lethal, my guys.
You know, I see it again, Abyssal Dive, but the thing I'd be most scared of is a Nautilus. Just seriously, if you get hooked as Renata, you are just done. You are just done. So
also
you have
prominent in the LPL.
From what I've seen too, I think even if she throws out her grab, I mean, Nautilus, as long as you throw out your Q at the same time, it like overrides it and you still, get the pull. So it's, yeah, I think Nautilus and Thresh would be terrifying to me as Renata.
Leona as well. Because you got the same idea with the Zenith Blade, right? And you can just engage from long range. But I think the reason why like Tahm Kench is good is not because Tahm Kench specifically is good against her. It's compositions where Tahm Kench is good are good against Renata, right? Because like traditionally when you have a Tahm Kench, it's paired with something like Jinx, super long range. You probably have a ton of people who want to try and kite back. You probably have one engaged tool, probably something like a Jarvan or something along those lines. So like actually getting that ultimate to hit isn't probably going to be like too big of an issue for the Tahm Kench team. And I think that's why we're probably seeing him do like relatively well against it. Is just like if I've got a team with Jinx, Corki, Jace, and I have like a Jarvan in the jungle or something like that, I'm just playing kite back. Like all I'm doing is just kind of playing for zone control, and Renata never really gets to hit the ultimate because it's quite slow moving. Like there's a lot of ability to try and dodge away from that, and even if you can't, I mean, Tahm Kench just ults the person that's like a little bit slow moving away from it. So yeah, I think that's probably why like Tahm Kench has seen relatively like decent use against it, but I don't think it's like Tahm Kench specific. I feel like it's more of a where Tahm is good, Renata sucks.
Except for that last part, thank you for clarifying what I was saying, being my interpreter. I appreciate you. The last part, I don't know why you just went off on a tangent, but Renata is a big piece to 12.4, but it is still a bigger patch than that. It is also skipping 2 entire patches from 12.2 to 12.4. So I just want to get you guys' brain power here and tell me, what do you think is the biggest change going into this patch?
I don't think it's the biggest change, but I just find this so funny. Is the Twisted Fate nerfs. Because everyone's like, this champion's gone. He sucks. He's terrible. And like instantly he's still there. He's just so good. Like the reason you pick TF is not because he's like his damage dealing or anything like that. It's just the presence on the map. And the fact that he's still able to hit it, like, yes, it is a little bit more difficult for him to, get that pressure in lane, but realistically, good Twisted Fates still understand, like, it's more about back timings and, like, finding windows on the wave rather than actually, like, hey, how quickly can I clear this? So, yeah, I don't know. I think that's the funniest one for me is just, like, everyone going, TF is dead, he's never coming through, and then it's just, like, TF is still, like, top tier.
Yeah, I totally agree, right? I think, like, maybe you feel a little bit more in matchups that are neutral where you could theoretically try and win contests, but I feel like a lot of situations where TF's getting picked, I mean, he's been blind picked, maybe even first pick on blue side. So typically you are getting picked with something that already has heavy lane prio against him. So yeah, that one was kind of funny, the reaction coming through. And obviously the biggest change, right, has been the bruiser item changes, but I still don't feel like that's affected the meta too much at all. The only real changes I feel like we've seen in terms of the meta changing with those itemization changes is one, Renekton, who is kind of already dying down in terms of how much teams like playing him, is pretty much completely gone. I doubt we're going to see Renekton anytime soon. And then you have champions who didn't require really any of those items, right? Sterix Gauge, Gore Drinker, things like this, coming out stronger. So obviously Gwen is even stronger now than she was before just because her competition getting hit. I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of Gnar because Gnar has always been a champion with decently flexible build path, right? You could go Sunder, you could go Triforce, Stridebreaker's making a comeback. And that's kind of it, right? Junglers and certain champions are going to be itemizing a bit differently, but they're still going to be the same mainstay champions that we have in the meta.
So, I know you're so excited not to talk about Sterix Gage anymore.
Well, the interesting one for me is, and it hasn't actually been touched on this patch. It was 11-17 the last time it was touched, but like the difference between the prevalence of Hullbreaker in other regions versus LPL is absolutely insane. And I actually think like, because I wanted to get your thoughts on it a little bit, because I remember we had a conversation maybe like a year ago or 2 years ago, whatever it was, and you basically saying like, from your time talking to LPL teams, oftentimes they won't bother to practice the flavor of the month thing because they know, look, it's just going to be nerfed. There's no point, and then we're going to suck. So why would we put all this time into working off a Hullbreaker when we can actually work on fixing our problems and getting better? And it feels like that's exactly what LPL teams are doing. Like, we've seen a handful of players pick up Hullbreaker, but most of them are just like, there's no point bothering to play with this style because it's only going to hurt us in the long run. And when I look across at LEC and everything, everyone seems to be building it like non-stop. It's pretty much every single game. And almost like a champion's viability in the top side is dependent on, can this champion build Hullbreaker? Like, Jace has fallen off massively because if you end up in against the Graves or a Gnar and they build Hullbreaker, you just can't do anything in the lane anymore. So, I don't know. It's really interesting to see that like none of the LPL teams are really opting in towards this at all.
Yeah, and you know, I feel like it probably is a bit of what you touched on because, yeah, just to confirm, back when I was on team side, whether I was working with my own players in the LMS or talking to LPL teams or anywhere else, a lot of teams surprisingly did have that mindset. I even feel like coming in before we hit 12.4 and 12.3, I feel like teams had already started to adapt to the changes of even those patches, just being like, hey, we don't want to waste time with certain picks. I feel like that's one of the reasons why like Corki and Renekton already started seeing less games played. The other thing about Hullbreaker that's funny to me is like, right, I mean, Hullbreaker will have a use in the early game no matter what, just because typically you are going to be isolated in that 1v1 laning phase. But even when we do see Hullbreaker in the LPL, it just blows my mind at how much those top laners still just group nonstop. We had one game, I must have been yesterday because I casted yesterday, that I think it was Gnar building it against, it was either a Fiora or a Gwen, and the whole time, even though he won so hard early game, instead of like pushing that advantage, playing through sides, doing these kinds of things, he just kept giving side waves to group, and I'm like, what is this, man? Like, do you guys just not understand the item? Do you think it's trash? I don't I don't get it either.
I think part of that is like just how stupidly strong this item is regardless. I think it's like 117% gold efficiency.
Gold efficient, yeah.
When you are grouped, and 190% when you're separated. Like,
that's insane.
the fact that exists is mind-boggling to me.
Insane.
Like, why would you give an item 190%?
I didn't need to know those numbers, Dagda. You don't need to give numbers like that to a play-by-play. Okay, come on.
I need your minds to break with me. This is the problem. I feel like this is so stupid.
I've been broken, Dagda. I've been broken.
Well, yeah, I think it's I'm kind of glad that we haven't opted into it fully because I think like top lane at the moment is like super interesting. It feels like a lot of the safer picks that we had are now kind of getting found out, right? Like we had the Graves that was like, oh, there's nobody that can really deal with them. Now we're starting to see like the Gnar come out. We've had like Trindamirs that are doing really, really well against them. Like you think about things like the Gwen have now got Jaces that are coming out. I mean, Trindamir as well against them. Like you have so many really cool picks that are starting to see answers to these like uncounterable top laners, or at least really strong top laners we had for so long. And I'm kind of glad that it's just not like, oh, you can build Hullbreaker, cool. It's like the bouncer at the door, like checking your Hullbreaker ID. Like I'm glad that we don't have that anymore. And I'm glad that teams
it's going to be the Hullbreaker ID and the package timer ID. Yeah. You got to get both of those before you can get into the LPL.
I do want to say that was one of the really cool things about sticking on one patch for so long, in terms of like you talking about seeing answers come out, right? Because I feel like when you stick on one patch so long, teams aren't having to think about changes. So it's like, cool, we started to see the Akali come out against the Gwen, I think was a big one we saw. Obviously switching over to like Hecarim, Orianna before any real changes had come. I mean, heck, the changes that I think really helped Hecarim had come early in preseason, things like the Turbo Chem Tank change, the Force of Nature change. So yeah, I think seeing these answers evolve has been really cool, which is why I don't want to say it sucks to go back to being on a normal patch. Being on a normal patch is super cool, but it's just like really cool getting to see a glimpse of what League would be like if it was a game where it's like, hey, what happens if you go a whole split with no changes? It's like teams have to figure out interesting answers to the meta.
Yeah, because there's not a change coming right away to help fix the bruises, I guess, that are happening. But I want to transition that question into focusing on the LPL accepting this 12.4 patch, because I feel like you said a lot of the changes coming through the TF, a lot of the changes to the itemization of the top side. But for me, it's how does this affect the teams, right? And like 2 weeks onto a different patch, a lot of recuperation needed in the time you've spent on 12.2. But for me itself, looking at the patch holistically and looking at our teams, I'm going to go with the negative side. I think this patch is very detrimental to Weibo Gaming, and I know, maybe we'll hear something a little bit different. Maybe we'll talk about them a little bit later on. But the fact that we're going to probably see, at least in my eyes, the rise of V5 because of this patch even further than they already are, and Weibo Gaming kind of losing their strength toward the top side, I think it's going to be interesting.
So the way I'm going to view this patch in regards to which LPL teams does it help or hurt is I'm just going to go off three metrics, I guess. Like, one, which teams didn't like Renekton and like Gnar, and which mid laners do I believe will be able to play Ahri really well. So that's actually why I don't think Weibo will take a hit, because the Shy wasn't really a Renekton player at all. And the Shy loves playing Gnar. Seriously, even when Gnar would go to meta in 2020, 2021, the Shy would still always be one of our top laners who'd pick it up. Angel's, always been an assassin player. Obviously, Collie's one of the first picks that jumps to mind when we think of him. And he's a player who's always loved weirder picks anyway. So Weibo might be a team who I think do all right with this patch. The other team that comes to mind is RNG, just because Xiaohu is performing so well right now. So if he gets his hands on something like an Ahri in a good matchup where we've seen he's been really great at the proactive picks in general, right? I think when we came into the LPL to start, Xiaohu was by far the best Vex player we had. So Ahri being able to get prio, make these proactive plays on the map, I think Xiaohu can do really well. And Bin as well, another player who didn't really lean towards things like the Renekton, I think does lean more towards a lot of the fighters who either the Gnar or things that can make use of the changes on things like Death Stance or Blade of the Rune King. I think that should be able to help Bin quite a bit as well. So RNG's a team I'm kind of looking at with these small changes, right? I don't think this is going to shake up the LPL for any teams. But if we have to answer this question,
top
I think
to
RNG
bottom, it's changed.
should be the most helpful.
So I think the big one for me, and you kind of touched on it there, is I feel like this is the rise of the roaming mid lane meta. Because there's just too many picks now in the mid lane that you just can't cover, right? Like Twisted Fate, Ryze, Ahri, LeBlanc, these kind of things can do really well in getting control of mid and then moving two sides. And I feel like that's what we're going to see more and more now, is teams that can proactively use that mid lane pressure are going to work really well. And I agree, I think RNG for Xiaohu are going to be one of them. Teams like Weibo, I think that's where they might fail, because I think Angel doesn't actually use that a huge amount. Oftentimes you just see him kind of stick in the lane. Same when you look at teams like Top Esports. I think Knight, regardless, is still going to do fantastic. This is not a bash at Knight. I think Knight is literally the reason Top Esports are winning. But I don't think you'll be able to use that lane pressure as well as some of the other teams that we have. So I think that's something that I'd probably look at for Rookie, where I think Rookie could probably use a lot of that pressure and roam two sides as well. So I think V5 could do well there. The other metric is, I think when fighters aren't as strong, and I think if you've got a slower paced game, the decision between am I going for a Black Cleaver or a Death Stance or a Randuin's or whatever that is, means that fighters aren't going to be as strong, and I think then tanks start to rise up, and I think Karsa is going to fit in wonderfully to that meta. We've already kind of seen him bring out things like the Sejuanis, he likes his Zax, those kind of things. So I think V5 will definitely benefit quite a lot by this, especially when they've got Photic and PP God as this strong bot lane that you probably want to try and play towards. So I think that's going to be super interesting to see. But yeah, I think this is going to be more so a bit of a shake-up in mid lane style. I think there's going to be some teams that honestly, as a bit of a weird, I think teams like Ultra Prime and I think Uakai and IG, I actually think this patch is going to be a pretty big buff to those two, because they are both players that just want to opt out of lane and go to sides, and I feel like now you've just got another champion in Ahri that comes through that can do that.
I think it's interesting also, just a quick little point of that, is we have been seeing a lot of teams opting into that quite mobile play style in the mid lane, the rises, the TFs, constant bans, things along those lines. So transitioning that into 12.4 is going to be really interesting.
I mean, heck. So I finally decided to pull up LPL right now. LGD versus EDG. Jace playing Ari, Scouts playing Vex, and
there you go.
I feel like we've already started to see teams switch over to this again. Maybe it is because of teams knowing that this patch is coming.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Obviously, they were playing solo queue on it as well. So I think TS have been a big one in their past 2 series where we've seen Knight almost exclusively go for these types of early pressure mid laners, the Vex, the LeBlancs. He had a Syndra game once again the other day. So, yeah, I think that'll be really fun to see. Corki, Victor, Orianna, get him out of here. Orianna will still be here. I'm sure we're still going to see some Victor and some Corki, but nowhere near as much. That makes me happy.
On a quick side note as well, I don't think we're going to see Caitlyn anymore. I mean, we kind of already saw it drop off elsewhere. The nerf to the Q means she can't get wave push, and kind of a symptom of what Lyric was talking about earlier on, teams just getting used to playing on the patch. Karma's just kind of come out as a counter. Like, it's super difficult, like especially if you're against Lux. Like, Karma continues to Q's the back wave. Lux can't get the push because she's got like higher mana costs and a longer cooldown in her E. She does less damage. And a 45 mana Q that is up every couple seconds makes it very easy for Karma to get control of that wave. So, I think teams are starting to get used to how to manage Caitlyn. And with the nerf, she just doesn't have the push. So I think Caitlyn will be gone out of the meta as well now.
Unfortunate. But hey, that frees up a ban because Caitlyn, a constant ban, at least we'll maybe see some of those changes. But talk about changes, guys. We got to talk about our top 5 here right now. It's a big clump to an extent. I know it goes further than 5. We're going to talk about the top 5, and first up on that list, I guess they're tied, so technically it doesn't, but the game differential matters. Weibo Gaming up there in that top number 1 spot. I just got to get our breakdowns for each one of these teams because we're getting towards the end of the season. Yes, there's still a lot of games to be played, but this is going to be the top contenders.
It's kind of funny for me, like, looking at Weibo, how, like, they just look like 2020 Weibo, right? Like, it's just like, hey, I'm going to play towards the shy top lane instead of the bin. We're going to make sure he's totally fine. SFM's going to get a few kills. I don't think On roams as much as Sword Art did at that point, but I still see On, like, starting to roam a little bit more than he has before. So, I mean, I'm kind of excited to see what Weibo can do, like, if we kind of get them. I don't know if they're going to be, like, World's Finals Weibo, like we had in Sunim, but I think it's exciting to see this team kind of bouncing back.
I think there's a really cool aspect to Weibo that I 100% agree with Dagda, that like definitely has like the 2020 Suning-esque play style. But one big difference is I think the Shy plays a lot more for the team than Bin did, which is hilarious to say, right? Like, I brought this up on Cast the other day, but you guys remember all those interviews that the Shy would do, and he'd be asked like, oh, why don't you play tanks, or why don't you play for the team, or why do you do this and that? And he's just like, no. I'm great on tanks. I do play for the team. And, like, we all heard this, and everyone heard it. It's like, what are you talking about, man? Like, are you living in reality? And it just turns out he was right all along. It just was for the team. It kind of sucks in that interview as well. I remember he kind of threw Puff and Southwind under the bus because he's like, I have to play the sorts of champions I do because our bot lane can't carry. And it's like, well, a little bit BM, my dude, but we're seeing now again the Shy.
It's true.
Yeah.
I mean, if it's the truth, I mean, sometimes the truth hurts a little bit, Lyric. All right,
but we've seen right his Scion looking really good. The other tanks he's been willing to go on have looked phenomenal. The fact that he consistently goes in the enemy jungle at level 1 and messes with the enemy jungle is phenomenal.
It's a picnic,
and
it's a picnic.
That's part of that. You know, again, throwback to 2020. That gives me hints of is like enabling SOFM and playing for SOFM, because I feel like that's always where SOFM is going to do best, is when you put resources into him, because SOFM is pretty much shown he's never going to be a jungler who heavily invests into his laners. Does gank, not all too much as compared to obviously people like Xiaopeng or Karsa or like these types of players, but yeah, for Weibo, I think they're looking really good. They have a clear like system that works for them. There are some funny games they have.
Funny is the word.
Who'd they play last? OMG. Where I remember it was the game 2 where they kind of just came out. And I remember there was one specific play top lane where they kind of just individually run in one by one. It's like SOF, the enemy team's dropping Herald. SOFM's like, I'm going to jump into 3 people and Herald dies. Maybe the Shy gets there, does the same thing. On gets there, does the same thing. You're like, okay, this is a little bit...
Yikes.
A little bit yikes, a little bit limit testy, but still, I think overall Weibo have a clear identity. They play well. They have superstar players, especially the Shy. Like, part of me feels like we've been talking about the Shy too much this split, but at the same time, the Shy has seriously been a highlight reel every single series we've both played.
Yeah, I think as well
Literally.
it lends itself to like the team fighting for Weibo as well, because like you know what, Juan Feng's a monster in team fights. I think Angel has done pretty well in team fights as well. So the fact that like you've kind of got the Shy now willing to play these tanks, which I think like based on the comments that he had against Puff and Setwind, says a lot about how the Shy is like trusting in this team, like knows that like this is the role that I play. We end up winning anyway. It's like, and he's still getting a lot of attention. He's still down a little bit, but as you say, like the Gwen performances he has been absolutely insane. I think he's the best Gwen that we have in the league, personally. I think his positioning with the Hollowed Mist is absolutely insane. As you said, the tanks are looking great. And I think for Angel as well, like as you're talking about SOFM, being able to play off of those lane states, I think Angel has been doing a good job of covering SOFM. I think that was something that kind of missed in 2021 a lot, was like SOFM would go in, but Angel wouldn't be there to help him. But I think Angel's getting better at that as well. So it feels like this team has come together as a whole.
On that point specifically, it's kind of weird thinking back to past years of LPL where Angel has had like, there's been like moments of each split where there's like a few weeks where SOFM and Angel are working super well together, and then there's like weeks where you're like, do you guys even talk? Like, Angel's just sitting there farming. SOFM's like looking to go steal enemy Raptors or something, and there's just no connection at all. But right now, yeah, they're completely synced up, and Angel overall, if you look at Angel's stats, they're actually really mediocre. But Angel has almost one insane like highlight teamfight play every game. Some kind of like Oriana shockwave or like a Kali backline dive or something. Where you're like, my God, this man just single-handedly won this teamfight for Weibo, which leads them to some kind of game-winning objective. So pretty much firing on all cylinders. Other than On still does have some off games. There was a Tom Kench game in particular where I think he ended up like 0-7, just constantly kept Abyssal, using Abyssal Dive to go in before his team was ready to position. But overall, I still feel like this has been his best split so far. So, promising Weibo.
I think as well, just to finish off the Weibo conversation, the surprising thing for me is like, I kind of keep looking going, oh yeah, you know, well, Weibo, they're not the one, they're going to end up getting found out, you know. We're going to come up against the really top teams, they're going to get found out. I'm looking at the remaining schedule. Like, they're not much there. Like, they've got like RNG is their next one, right? But RNG definitely struggling a lot. LGD, I think they still have like top esports will still be a good test from. Rare Atom are a bit hit or miss. Then you got IG JDG. It's not exactly the easiest schedules, but it's not like the Uber guys that you kind of expect to be able to like smack them down.
Already taking them out.
Yeah, I think for like Weibo, like it's looking pretty good for them for the remainder of the split, and I think that's like I know that we're talking about the top 5 as a whole, but I think as our like top 5, right? Like 9-1, 9-1, 7-3, 7-3, 7-3. Like the fact that these teams are kind of like intermittently losing to each other, but like maybe like 1 or 2 weird games in there. I think it's really cool that like we have a super competitive top 5.
We really do, and honestly, it gets even competitive. Like the competitiveness doesn't stop just in the top 5, right? It's like 7-4, 7-4, 6-5, 6-5. Like everybody's super, super close. We still have so many games left to go. But as you were kind of saying, Weibo Gaming at 9-1 are top of the team right now because of game differential, I believe, right now. Victory 5, the other piece to the world cinematic
I love it.
masterpiece.
I love it.
Because
music to
the
my
fact
ears.
that we have the Shy and Rookie both performing at the top of the LPL, it has to be fate. Like at Worlds, if the fact that we don't get a world final between Victory 5 and Weibo Gaming, I riot. I'm out.
Look,
I don't know, man.
Look, I was gonna wear my V5 jersey on this episode, but I determined
But
as I was
you've
pulling
forsaken
it out.
them.
No, it's the opposite. I was like, V5 are too important for this moment. The V5 jersey's coming out on the finals day. When V5 in the finals, V5 jersey coming out.
I honestly kind of was expecting you to like wear both. The RNG jersey was on over, and then we get to this conversation, it just comes off. You know, you got the V5 jersey underneath. But I mean, I'm on the hype train. I'm on the hype train. Like, I think V5 look absolutely insane. And personally, I think this is actually my team, despite the fact they're in second at the moment, that I think is going to finish up at the table. I think like the meta is starting to shift in their direction with like the champions that Karsa wants to play in the style that Karsa plays. I think Photic and PP God have stepped up massively. Like they're not just constantly flipping bot lane, and Photic in team fights has been an absolute monster. His mechanics are crazy. His positioning's great. What happened to Rich? How did Rich come over and now he's just murdering everyone? This guy had a terrible laning
This
phase.
is how it be.
And now he's just like, yeah, let me body some fools on the way to the top. I don't know what happened with him.
Who's the shy? Who are the top laners of the LPL besides Rich? I mean, come on.
Man, it is actually insane. I do gotta say, V5 were actually one of the top teams I was like simultaneously most convinced and most unconvinced on. V5's
What does that even
V5
mean? Hold on, no, we don't get to walk past that, all right, Lear? What does that even mean?
Well, maybe if you don't interrupt me, I'll go on to explain,
No, that's
Mazel.
my job to
Maybe
interrupt
I'll
you,
explain.
okay?
Maybe I won't explain now, Mazel, because you're being so aggressive when I'm always so kind to you. But
Always,
What?
always.
If anyone doesn't know,
That's
Lyric
cap.
abuses Mazel. They will play double up TFT. And I don't know why Mazel subjects himself to this, because I've listened to a handful of these conversations, and it's about 20 minutes
great.
of Lyric
They're great.
berating Mazel because they're on a loss streak, and it's just like
whoa.
just
Mazel's
taking
on a
so
loss
much
streak.
crap.
Just I'm throwing it out there, but yeah.
No comment, no comment.
So 4v5, 4v5, I love their idea of how they played the game, because again, they're one of these teams who, like, when they have an advantage, they're not necessarily thinking of like the safest way of how to keep their advantage. They're thinking like, okay, we have an advantage. Since we have an advantage, how do I exploit the enemy team with this advantage? And I think they're the team most willing to like aggressively walk into the enemy jungle, take away their camps, get down like really deep wards, set up for picks, use like their side lane pressure to go and pick people off. Pretty much they're just like the penultimate pick team, in my opinion, with how aggressive they're willing to be. But the reason why, again, I've kind of been not as convinced as well, they are very sloppy. Like that aggression obviously gives a lot of opportunities for the enemy team to pick you
call
off
them the
of your extent.
scrappiest?
They are
The scrappiest.
The
team?
funniest thing to me is I think Rookie is like the best mid laner that we have until maybe the 22-minute mark. And then I don't know what happens after that
flip
point.
of a switch.
It's just like, it's as Lyric says, right? Like, he praised Rookie, his laning phase is insane, his team fighting earlier, the objectives, and those like both Dragon and Rift Heralds are totally amazing. He's working really well with cars to get these picks, and like, I think one of the things I like the most about Rookie is like, he's very cognizant of, you know, there might be a bigger play that could happen, but this play is enough that we get a big enough advantage off it. So like, what I want to use as an example is like, I can't remember the exact same game it was, but like, he's playing Orianna. And he could have held his Orianna shockwave so that then he got like 2 or 3 people caught up. Maybe they won this massive team fight and the goalie just exploded, right? But there's maybe a 40% chance that happened. But he had an 80% chance of using the shockwave and picking one person off. And they just win the team fight and they'll be able to get a tower. And it may not be as big of a gold lead, but it's still enough for them to continue forward. And I think that's something that he's very, very good at. But then after that, I don't know. I don't know what happens. Basically, it just gets to a stage where he's like, I'm going to go to a side lane. I'm going to get caught out like 3 times. I'm like, not going to have any kind of massive impact in some of these team fights. It's just baffling to me. It is just like a switch.
There's actually, so I'm a big fan of MMA, and there's like this, it's a bit of a meme, but it's also true. There are some fighters in MMA who, like, people say to be able to hit the other guy, they'll take a punch. So, you know, they leave themselves open, they take the punch so that guy's open. That's kind of V5 to me. V5 are willing to like throw themselves at the enemy. Maybe they miss abilities, maybe some people die, but it's like, hey, now you're opened up to where we can outplay you, we can kill you, and we can win. That's kind of like the V5 mentality, which I love. Again, and just always looking to find the leads.
The smites are on their side somehow. Like, I don't know what it is,
these,
but Karsa just has, it's insanity. It just seems like we have some of the best junglers in the world in the LPL, and it just seems like whenever they're facing Karsa, their smite button is gone. It's just not there anymore.
I'm sorry, but I've heard throughout the community for the past 2 years that Karsa absolutely washed and it can never be good. So
if you hear it, I mean, it must be true, right? You heard it on the internet, right? Like that means it's true. Okay,
I love how sorry, just coming back to the Karsa smite point. We every year create this like Karsa King of Thieves, and then I think we all collectively as a team forget that exists as a storyline, and then Karsa just steals everything, and we're like, oh yeah, he's really good at that. And then it just gets wiped again, because like there's so much to talk about with Karsa, right? Like the very unique jungle style, and the ability to help out lanes, like his kind of champion pool.
The ability to steal your heart.
Steal your heart, steal your girl, steal your Baron. Like, it all just kind of slots into that one thing, beautifully. But, I mean, he is just absolutely insane. Like, the smite timing on this guy is nuts. And it does make sense when you're playing things like Lee Sin, right? I think Lee Sin has the best opportunity to steal Barons and stuff at this point, because he's the one kind of champion that has the execute that helps out with your Baron steal. But, like, even off that, Karsa is just a beast when it comes towards the ability to steal objectives. And I honestly can keep V5 in games where they really have no right to be.
It just, one last little point on these top two teams. It makes me so daggone happy to see so many players coming back with a vengeance this year, right? So many players that had bad years last year that have been a little bit under the radar, and we are just seeing them smash the LPL right now. It's great. Anyways, we got to keep moving on because we got 5 to talk about. We've only made it through 2. It's just an interesting conversation in its own right. But the next one, number 3, is Edward Gaming, our world champions, and having had faltered a little bit here recently.
Yeah, I have really not been convinced by them. We saw in their last series, they lost against TS. They subbed out Flandre for that, brought in Xiaoshang, and, I thought that was the right choice. I feel like Flandre has been having a really poor split. Not really his laning I've had an issue with. It's been like EDG's skirmishing and their team fighting has been really off, especially for their top side. I feel like Flandre and JJ have not had the season that you would expect them to have. Just, missing abilities, holding abilities. There's been so many times. I think there was one in that series where JJ goes into the pit to contest a bear in the top esports, just start out of nowhere. It's a bit of a flip. Doesn't pop his ultimate, dies. We've seen many times Flandre holding things like Kennen ultimates or Gragas ultimates, or just not utilizing them correctly, getting wiped. Heck, in their series against V5, they lost a 5v4. They found a pick, I believe it was on a PB God's Karma, and then V5 come in, they kind of split them up, and again, Flandre, super hesitant, has flash up, has Slicing Maelstrom, doesn't go for it, and V5 just take it. So I feel like that's my biggest problem with EDG. They're skirmishing and team fighting, but specifically around their top half of the map. I still feel like Viper and Mako overall have looked really solid, even if they have had some off moments. I also believe it was that top esports series game 1 where they were playing the Caitlyn Karma. They got hooked by Mark under turret on his Nautilus, and then they were pretty much just dunzo, right? I mean, if you're Caitlyn Karma and you die early in lane, it's gone, but I feel like that's more of an exception rather than the rule. Overall, their bot lane has still been by far the best part of the map.
Yeah, and I kind of like it. The big surprise for me is how poor, as you say, like the skirmishing team fighting looks. Because like this was what we praised EDG for. Like they looked absolutely insane when you came into team fights, and it feels like a lot of that consistency in like the setup that they had before is kind of gone. Where like I know Azale kind of talked about like having that line that was there, but we don't really see that anymore. Like it feels like people are playing off of different books, and oftentimes it is kind of plays off of, as you were saying, like Viper that set up like that. Top esports one where he has that Ophidios ult, the Infernal ult over the wall, like instantly bursts like 2 people.
That was insane.
It's absolutely insane. And then like 2 minutes later they lose. You're just like, how do you get into these spots where you look so damn good and then it just completely falls apart? So I really haven't been convinced by EDG. I thought after the start of the split where we saw them kind of looking really good, that they were having these creative plays off of like TP timers and stuff. I was like, oh, cool. Like EDG actually have a really good understanding of how they want to play and like even innovating a lot where other teams aren't, but it's all kind of falling apart. I really don't know what's happened to them.
Yeah, I do want to also add the caveat of like, I don't think this team, and I'm sure you don't either, right? This team's not dead in the water.
No.
Even that series against TS, right? By all accounts, they should have won. They should have won that game 3 with Viper's insane play. But, happens they lost. They have an extra L on the scoreboard. But at the same time, I'm not really too worried about EDG. I'm not too worried about any of the top teams in terms of, like, any of the teams sitting at 7-4, just because playoffs is always a different beast.
Yeah. Yes, I think the big concern is more so, like, the people that they've lost against. Because, like, you look, it's like 2-0 versus Weibo, 2-0 versus IG, and 2-1 versus top esports. Now, they should have won the top esports one. But I think we do hold EDG to a different standard. Like world champions coming back. And I think there are games where, yes, they've won, but it's been a lot sloppier than we were expecting. And I think that's the issue more so. It's not like the scoreline as such. It's just like, here, look, especially things that in theory you shouldn't have to work on, like the team fighting already being there. Like that is like something that you should already kind of I mean, EDG have shown that they had that down, so it just feels very weird to me that that's now missing, because that's not something that's like a patch thing, right?
You've kind of made me realize as well. Actually, maybe should be slightly concerned for the fact of, since I feel like a lot of their problems are stemming from JJ and Flandre's individual form. I mean, it'd be a lot different if like you were, let's say, struggling on like a concept of whether it's setting up dragons or playing with sides or like whatever it is, right? Or your draft's bad. But form of players, I mean, there's so many like different variables that can affect that. So yeah, EDG is kind of a question mark of how they'll bounce back. And I mean, to be fair, right, I feel like the one thing they will have going for them in terms of when we get to playoffs is that since they kept the whole roster together, at least they like know as a team how to deal with high pressure situations, to where literally no other team is coming together the same. I guess Weibo maybe won't be as big of a deal since they kept 4, but right, like V5 completely new, LNG pretty much completely new, BLG, like there's so many massive changes. So that could be the one benefit that EDG will have if we do get to them being in playoffs, which at 7-3 they should almost be guaranteed to make it.
Yeah, they should. Sorry, I thought I saw your hand up for a second.
Yeah, I was gonna make the joke about like, you know, how do Weibo deal with the shy giggling as he ints like 4 kills in the finals like we saw before. But I thought it was a little bit mean, but then you called my bluff, so I kind of
hey, gotta call him out. All right, I see you. You can't escape these eyes. But as EDG have been struggling, another one of our top teams also have been struggling. LNG are on a serious slump after starting off 7-0, now having lost 3 straight series themselves. A lot of the same issues, I feel like, just that cleanliness, a lot of sloppiness on LNG's side, but I feel like they have it less together than EDG have it.
My God, their last series against V5,
they got destroyed.
Well,
oh
specifically, that might be that's the worst performance I've ever seen Tarzan have, like ever. That was so uncharacteristically bad from him, just losing smites, getting picked off left and right so many times, of him like engaging before his team was there to follow up. And the other big problem with Weibo, right, with LNG, I'm sorry, because that's a one-off case. I think that is one of the biggest reasons they lost to V5. But just in terms of like their losses overall, man, Allah has just not been having a good split by like any means. He was the other big problem in that V5 series, where so many times he's like posturing to come in on the flank, and he'll see, let's say like one member of V5, you know, clearing vision or something, goes in, but all of V5 are right next to him. He has vision of all of them. He sees that his team is zoned out, still goes in for the aggressive play. Again, I don't know what's going on in comms to make him feel like he can look for these plays. Gets bursted out. V5 now can go take an objective. And that's not just in the V5 series, right? I feel like Allah, almost every series, has been struggling quite heavily. Struggled against the Shy. I feel like that was also one of Bin's better series when he went up against Allah, who's also been struggling this split. Like, my God, I do not know what happened to this top laner, but he has not been able to find it. Their bot lane, I think, has looked fine. I feel like Doonby has also looked all right, but I don't know. This team, all split long, has just really tried to heavily force the side lane playstyle, whether it's drafting. It's typically been 1-3-1. Sometimes they'll go for 1-4 compositions, but Doonby's been really happy picking, you know, the Rises, the Renekton's, the Gallios. So I don't know if maybe we'll see them try and opt into something easier. Maybe just go with those ARAM style team comps and try and set Light up to be your big carry, because I feel like Light has been one of your more consistent members this split.
Yeah, it was so tragic because we were covering that series and we had set up, you know, the mid jungle duo so heavily, and it's gonna be a bloodbath. It's gonna be crazy, and I'm looking back at it, and the duo of Tarzan and Doonby had 4 kills that entire series. And that is not what you can have if you want LNG to be successful. You look at all their other games, it has been that duo destroying people.
Real quick, just another side note, right? We looked at that game 1 draft. I remember coming in, we're like, yeah, you know, I feel like for the side of LNG, they came out ahead. They don't have any engage, but they should be able to get ahead early and just win out through forcing B5 into them. Then game 2, I love how we even got it told in the interview where they asked, like, hey, so why did Karsa pick Skarner? Skarner doesn't really look like it fits your comp at all. And whoever it was interviewed just said, Karsa looked at us and he said, trust me. My Skarner will carry you.
Yeah,
it's like, that was it. That was the extent of the logic. But it worked. But it actually worked.
It worked. It was coming in crucial, right? And, like, it forced, as I finally got done doing the math, it forced that duo of Tarzan and Doonby to be 4-19 in total through the whole series. So, like, I think looking at LNG, they've got to find the communication between those two, but also how to tie it into the rest of the team, how to make sure that Light is set up for the later game and not just left out to dry. And yes, facing a Skarner makes that a little bit more difficult, especially me remembering that last fight where Carson just flashes over the wall right in the middle of all 5 members and just pulls Light out of there and kills him. Like, you can't help that. But holistically, LNG got to pull it together.
Yeah, I think for me, like, a lot of it is just, as you say, like, the inability to play 1-3-1 has already worked out. And, like, when there's so much pressure on Tarzan and Doomby in the early stages, like, if you have one bad game, I think this whole team just completely falls apart.
Yeah.
The reason I'm looking up here, because I'm trying to remember off rip, because I don't think... Yeah, I think one of the big problems that I've seen a lot with them is, like, when they end up playing this split push an awful lot of the times, they end up, like, not looking for these early dragons a lot. And it means that you kind of end up in the situation where you have to try and fight a loss in to try and, like, stop the opposition getting these dragons. And I think that's something that I've seen a lot from LNG, is that, like, sometimes they try to go for these, like, full 1-3-1 compositions, and then they still end up having to go for team fights at dragons because they just haven't secured the early objectives. And when their early game isn't really working out so hot, I think it kind of ends up lending itself to that. And with Tarzan and Doomby aren't, like, stepping up to actually have these major impacts, like, they're good at going to the lanes, right? But if you're not getting these kind of big objective wins, I think that's what makes it really hard.
Yeah, I actually love that you hit on that, right? Because, I mean, if you're a team that's going to give it really dragons, you're going to play the sides. That means typically you want to be breaking first turret down, open up sides early, have access to move around the map, or look to punish tier 2. But that reminds me that another part where LNG really struggled is dives. We've seen many times where they've set up, like, side lane dives and just throw games. Their series against Weibo, Game 3, was literally lost from a 4-man dive bot that just completely went wrong, and you gave over a bunch of resources to Huanfeng and On. We've seen them try and set up dives top as well with Tarzan and Ala that don't go according to plan. They'll give over kills to the opposing side. And it's like, yeah, for the style they're trying to play, like, there's just small issues where that the style doesn't work for them. So typically a lot of their wins have been off, like, okay, Tarzan and Doomby anchoring down the early game. And then again, I think Light is good. So if they get to mid game where it is about team fighting, like, they can pull through.
Yeah, and I just want to, like, pull up some of the stats for you there, because, like, that's what I was just looking at, was, like, when you look at first blood percent, like, 15th in the league at 42%. So they're obviously, like, their early game isn't really getting themselves going. When you look at, like, first dragon percent, they're basically 50%. So it's just like a toss up whether they get that first dragon. And then you look at their overall dragon percent, they're 11th in the league. So, like, that's the biggest problem that I see with these guys, is that, like, when you're playing split push, it's, hey, you really need to get a good start early, or you just end up, like, having to team fight and you fall behind. So they're not getting the good start early. They're not focusing on the dragons, which means they actually then have to team fight again because Soul is going to be so strong. And then you just never really get the the running start that you need to actually start getting towers. I mean, even if you look at what's their first tower percent is actually pretty high. Like, they're third in the league, so at least they are playing for towers, but it's just means that in their later portion of the game, they're still not able to come back and actually, cross map some of the dragons for more pressure on the map.
Yeah, and it's really interesting that they came from such a high place in the season early on to where they're at now. But RNG, man, I need you. I need motivation. I see you with I'm forcing you here, Lyric. You have the jersey. You did this to yourself. Sell me, man. Top 5 team. They are number 5. What do you got?
Honestly, I feel like the problems of RNG have been greatly exaggerated. Like, they did lose the series to RA, but, man, I feel like that's an outlier. Like, sure, their other loss, right? They lost to V5. They've come into the split. Other than that, I feel like have looked decently solid. For RNG, I still feel like it's a question of... I don't just want to keep going back to form. I feel like their bot lane has really struggled in terms of flexibility, in terms of draft in their 2v2. I feel like we've seen them kind of exploited by teams willing to take things like the Zeri, things like the Rakan in the support role. They were one of the teams who did struggle quite heavily against Caitlyn Luck's bot lane. So I don't think it comes out of skill for their bot lane. We've always known that Gala has always been a bit more of a play it safe in terms of get on comfortable style champions. And like, even though Ming's not bad at lane, right? Ming's biggest strength has always been being able to get out of lane, but when their bot lane is typically falling behind, we aren't able to see that. Ben has been a little bit hit or miss, but I still feel like overall has been what you can expect from what we saw last year. And I still feel like RNG's macro and map movements is still like solid. Like there's so many teams in the LPL, right, that we watch and we're trying to guess at what was going through their mind when they made the play. But I feel like RNG is a team who 90% of the time, even if something doesn't work or looks weird, you can like understand the logic to how they got to what they did. So I feel like RNG is still one of the teams I'm looking at going into playoffs that if I was other teams, I would be the most scared of playing against. And like we hit on earlier, if there's any team that I feel like is going to get a bit of a boon from the meta shift, I do think it'll be RNG.
Yeah,
I'm not sold. I don't know about you, Dagda.
I agree with most of that. I think the only issue that I've seen is that oftentimes they'll try and fight when I really don't think their composition is ready to fight. Because you'll see things like the Corki a lot of the times, that like Jinx and Felio's bot lane, because what else are you going to play down there? Apparently they're the only two champions that exist. But I think we'll see the Corki come through an awful lot. And look, I understand the package is quite strong and the trip to fight for it, but sometimes you just can't get the placement on the package, and RNG will still commit to the fight, and then they end up falling behind. And I think that's where like some of my issues come from it, and I think that's what I saw a lot against that Rare Adam series, was like just them mishandling their composition. I think being a bit disrespectful to Rare Adam as well, where they're just kind of like, hey, look, we're going to force these fights, and we're just better than you, so we're going to beat you, but it kind of all fell apart. So I do agree. I think the Rare Adam one was a bit of an outlier, but I still think this is something that I've seen from them enough that I'm kind of like, okay, lads, like, don't try and fully force these things, because most of the time they're all right, but there's been a handful of times where I'm kind of like, you should know that this is not a time that your composition wants to fight, especially if you're going like the Corki kind of end of things that like I think Xiaohu has just played a heap of. Even like Victor and Aphelios that they played against BLG, I saw it as well. There was just a couple of times where I was like, you really don't want to be taking these engagements, and we still are.
It's kind of funny because I even felt like that was RNG's problem last year. Obviously, to a much lesser extent. I also feel like just the meta fit them better last year. But I remember that there were so many times last year where RNG would, when they have like late game compositions and like, sure, they've been playing to their side lanes, but maybe the enemy team's on soul point or something, and they'll just try and force like really weird skirmishes on like opposite side of the map, maybe like 4 minutes before Dragon's up or something, just to find some kind of lead. So I don't feel like that is a new problem for RNG. I feel like maybe being a bit more exposed again. I mean, like you said, they exclusively play Jinx and Aphelios in the bottom lane. They don't play anything else. Their support pool has been super small as well. You're almost getting Nautilus every Nautilus literally almost every game. And for Xiaohu, it's so strange how much he has been going towards the likes of the Corgis. Like, sure, I mean, it was the most broken pick on the patch. I get it, but I feel like Xiaohu just looks so much better on the Vexes, on his LeBlancs, his Rise. I feel like even though Orianna still kind of falls in that same pattern, always been an outstanding Orianna. So yeah, we'll kind of see how RNG go. I feel like I'm less skeptical of RNG than I am of, like, let's say EDG or LNG's problems that need to be fixed, though.
Yeah. And I think, like, I agree with you with the patch change, though. This is one of the teams I think is going to benefit, because with Corki out of the meta, you're going to get Xiaohu a more proactive picks. So, like, by default, Xiaohu will have more impact in the early stages. They can actually take these skirmishes. So I think this will be a team that does well on 12-4.
I hope we can clip this and when RNG only pick Corki still in the new patch. I'm gonna laugh. It's gonna be great.
Hey, we are notoriously wrong.
What?
Me and Dagda, we're like wrong.
No,
as
all of
possibly
us,
could be wrong.
honestly.
See, the problem is me and Lyric hold desperately onto each other. And we're going to bring Ox into this fold as well. Where basically the three of us are going to sit there. We're going to be like, no, we are right, aren't we? Like, this is the way this plays. This is the way it's supposed to go. And we do this all the time, because when you watch the LPL, you know how something's supposed to go in your brain. You understand how that's supposed to work. And then the LPL happens, you're like, no, I am right. That is like 99.999% of the time.
I'm not egoing, I promise. I'm not egoing, I promise.
We have evidence now. All it took was one series of color casting for Hysterics to go literally insane.
He understood.
Yeah.
He understood. Just needed one glimpse into what the LPL holds.
We've been insane for years. We're all broken. They have no idea.
You're all Bane of the LPL. You're all just molded by it. You're born in it. But that was our top 5 conversation. Got to talk about, the major teams, the major players right now. But I got to talk about the would-be major players now, because my next conversation has to be, for both you guys, a question that is directed at who is making the move going into the playoffs? Who is using these last couple weeks so well that they can cement themselves into that top 10 position? I'm going to start with mine so you guys can recollect your thoughts, because mine's not going to have any analysis behind it, because I go with my gut, baby. And I am saying it is going to be Ultra Prime. I know you were saying earlier in the patch discussion that this patch can heavily benefit them. Well, I think their play heavily benefits them, and I think that, with the schedule coming up, they'll be able to kind of push themselves into at least the 10th spot. I'm not saying any higher than that, but I will say 10. All right? That's what I got.
This is really
That's
hard.
what I got.
I'm the one thing I want to say is just in standings. I think V5 are going to come in first. The reason I think that is their schedule is insanely easy. JDG, Ultra Prime, they have BLG in there, but anyone's Legend, TT, and FPX. I mean, I don't see it. Maybe like the BLG series, they'll struggle, but even then, I think they just have a nice little ramp in. Even if they drop one, I think Weibo's schedule is a little bit tougher, and I could see them maybe dropping two. But I think, again, the game difference starts to even up, and I think V5 take them. As to who's going to make it into playoffs, that is really hard.
Who's breaking now?
I really want IG. I just really, really want IG, but I don't think we're going to get them. Especially after they just lost to LGD. I think that's out the window. And I think even then, if you have a best of 5 against IG, I think IG gets slapped. I think if this is a team where you're able to like just prep for over a best of 5 series, I don't see them getting out of it. So I think then it comes down to like FPX or Ultra Prime. But again, I think FPX have a pretty insane schedule, like BLG, OMG, V5, IG is in there as well. Like that doesn't exactly seem the easiest of opponents. So I don't know, maybe it is an Ultra Prime angle. I mean, they've got
Ultra
TT,
Prime.
they've got Rare Atom. I don't know. I mean, honestly, I think if it just stays as is, I'm pretty happy where it's like OMG, Rare Atom, JDG at the bottom. Like, honestly, I think that could be the way that it just stays.
So, I think it will either be FPX or IG. And I've just been looking at schedules the whole time.
Trying to make sure you're right.
Well, I mean, right, when we have conversations like this, it pretty much just comes down to who's playing who. For OMG, their schedule isn't like too hard, right? Because I feel like realistically, as long as they can get up to 7 wins, they're feeling decent, which they play RA and FPX. I don't think either of those teams is easy, and I kind of expect OMG to lose to both. I think OMG have looked like one of the most kind of dead in the water teams, which is weird considering FPX are actually on more of a loss streak than OMG, but I at least feel like FPX is one strength is OMG's biggest weakness, so I think FPX should be able to best them. But I feel like, even though I said between IG or FPX, I think I'm gonna lean to IG.
Ooh.
IG play anyone's Legend. They play WE and they play FPX. I think those are the 3 winnable series. They should lose to top. They should lose to Weibo. But even with their loss to LGD, I feel like IG have been maybe our most can put up a fight against anyone. Can also lose to teams under us team this split, as we've seen them evolve. So I really like the way they play. They were another team we hit on in terms of that the meta might help them out with how aggressively and willing to roam that Yukai has been. I still really like how Shun plays the game. And I think overall, I look at the other 3 teams they're in contention with, right? Because it's Ultra Prime, FPX, and OMG. And I just feel less sold on those 3 teams than I do of IG.
I was about to say, what about LGD? They have a game in hand. Maybe they could win. And then I looked at their schedule.
Yeah.
Well, they just lost one game to EDG as we're talking.
No.
Weibo, RNG, LNG, top esports,
No.
All top
BLG.
No.
Just
No.
like, all right, LGD, sorry. But
Might as well start training for the off season. I don't know.
Look, if they do it, they're winning MSI. They're
winning
going for this.
They're our champions. Just go ahead and send them the trophy right now.
I'm actually going to lean the opposite side of the fence to you. I actually think FPX could do it. I think BLG, I don't see them winning, but WE, I could see them beating OMG. And honestly, I think it is going to end up coming down to FPX versus IG. Like, that one is in our final week.
That's going to be
that game, I feel like, is going to decide who actually gets into playoffs. And I agree. I think looking at OMG's schedule, I just don't know if they're going to stay there. I'd be kind of surprised if they pick up a win. Like, I can see them picking up 1 win. I don't see them picking up more than 2.
Yeah.
And then in that case, FPX and IG could definitely try and catch them.
Yeah, it's the end of the season fights are always so interesting, especially because we have such a big league. There's usually always that huge chunk who's fighting for that last spot, the last couple spots. So I always love that conversation. Thank you guys for kind of giving me your insight. But if you pardon me for a moment, give me just a second. I'm gonna call LPL really quick. Hold on. Hello LPL. Yes. Can I get a pause to the
I'm not gonna lie, he had his
power
alarm showing
rankings
on his phone. when he did
statistics
this.
going? Okay, cool. You're gonna pause it. Okay, perfect. All right, guys. I bought you 5 minutes. Shut up! I bought you 5 minutes for you guys to change your power rankings. All right, we're gonna go with the number 1 here. I want you guys to tell me what it was before, and then if you guys want to swap sides, if you want to take off that jersey,
wait,
maybe.
I don't even
There
remember
has
what
to be
power
a-
ranking
there
was.
has to be a
What?
speculation to this, right? Is this regular season finish, or is this who's winning playoffs? Because I think those are
Who's
two
winning
very different
playoffs?
conversations. Okay.
If you didn't say who's winning playoffs in your original power rankings, then what kind of power rankings you making, Dak? You gotta go all the way,
just wanted
man.
to clarify. That's
I
all.
don't even remember making a power ranking. We did power rankings?
Wow.
I think we did for. Were you on Bevies with us? I think we did at that stage, but
Well, too bad, Lyric. You're gonna have to come up with something off the top of your head. Dak, what was your number 1 team coming in the
so
spring?
it was EDG. I still felt that they were in a really
Okay.
good spot. I thought that World's debuff does exist, but I thought that with the way that EDG were shaping up, I still thought their team fighting was excellent. I still thought like they would have the debuff, get themselves back together, and be all set. But I don't know if that's the case anymore. It feels a little bit.
You're jumping
unfortunate.
ship just like that?
Yeah.
The world champions no
I'm
longer?
not gonna lie. I'm ready to join my boy Lyric. I'm gonna go with V5.
Oh,
I think
no.
V5. They look absolutely insane.
Oh, no. Can we cut the tape? Cut the tape before he gets back.
We're putting it on. We're putting it on over the RG jersey. It's gonna look
Over the
it's
RG.
it's
Wow,
gonna
I hope
look
RNG
ridiculous.
sees
It's-
that.
You know what? You know what? Rob's on board, and if Rob's on board, that means we're going all in. We're going all in.
Man,
I'm with-
RNG
I'm
would
with
be
V5
disgusted.
as well. Well, you know what? RNG doesn't matter right now. What matters is this
Wow.
V5 jersey. Oh wait, I'm wearing a headset.
Oh no, okay.
Don't worry.
I
guys.
wasn't gonna say anything. I was just hoping that would go
I-
terribly. for
Yeah,
you.
exactly. It's for the memes.
Yeah. But look,
Alright.
I gotta say, I
Look
think
how
V5 look
beautiful it
nuts.
is.
I think their bot lane is probably like top 3 in the league. Top 3 in the league for me. Honestly, I think they look absolutely insane. I suppose this is where I should clarify. I don't think they look like insane in lane. I think when they get to team fights, Photic and PP God look pretty nuts. Photic in particular kind of carrying that mantle a lot. I think Karsa moving into a meta that suits him. Rookie, absolute monster, and again moving into a meta that suits him. And for some reason, Rich has 13 solo kills, has the most solo kills in the league. So, I mean, how do you argue against that kind of stats? So,
You're jumping
Yeah.
off the EDG ship.
yeah, I think
Dagda.
V5,
Alright.
I think they're going the distance. I really think that this is a team
Alright.
that's going from strength to strength and improving as the split goes on. And, I mean, they deserve the scoreline that they have.
And now we got to listen to Lyric go on about V5. Let's hear it.
So I'm actually
Go
not. I'm
ahead.
actually not going to go into V5. I'm going to guess.
Wow.
I'm going to guess who I had first at the beginning of the split. I assume I had RNG. That's my best guess.
I think you did. I remember
think
you saying
I
that.
think
to
I had
me.
RNG if I remember correctly, just because I remember we talked about it on an earlier episode, right? Higher skill ceiling was the mindset that I came in with this RNG roster. But when I look at our teams right now, I'll be honest. I'm not convinced with any of them. I have no idea who will win. I have no hard-hitting analysis. I
Highbrow Lyric.
expect all of these teams to look very different once we hit playoffs. And since I have no smart brain words to add, we're going with the heart and we're going with the shirt. V5 will win
V5.
because look,
Wow.
look.
Shocker.
Did you
Look,
not just say,
shocker.
I'm not going with V5?
I'm not going
I'm
with
going
V5,
RNG.
but I'm going to go
to
with
wrap
V5.
back around to go with V5. Yeah.
No, I
Dad,
said
this is
no. I said
despicable.
I went with V5 at the start of the split. I'm RNG at the start of the split. I'm not going. With
Oh,
RNG
okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I think-
Whatever you say. Whatever
No,
you
it's
say.
literally what I said. You asked who we started the split off with. Mine was RNG, I think.
Yeah. I would never
Probably.
say I
Okay,
think you were
so-
right, but yeah.
Yeah.
So we have 2 V5ers. All right. I understand that. So much analysis going into that, even if you think there wasn't Lyric. My number one at the very top of the split was
Ultra Prime.
BLG. No, it wasn't Ultra Prime, unfortunately. They are 16th in my list. But it was BLG. I know I gave you guys a bunch of crap, but it's V5 all day, baby! It's V5! We on the V5 train. We're going V5 all day! Oh, it's going to be great. V5 supremacy, rookie supremacy, Karsa supremacy. That again, I'm just going to keep saying it until like one day, like 25 years in the future, I'm going to be right. Carson rookie will be one of the deadliest duos to ever be in the LPL together. I cannot wait to see the rest of this split with these two and into the playoffs.
I just want to make sure I am, sitting on the fence so I don't get flamed. That I have no idea who's gonna win. Again, there's no strong favorite. If V5 don't win, Weibo
Did you not
fans,
go to the fortune teller? I thought they told you.
Yeah, like why do you even have that jersey on?
Hey,
honestly, I'm through with you, Lyric. I'm done with you.
No, if anything, I'm done with you guys because it's easy to support V5 now. I supported V5. I was there. I was there since the start. I was there since day. I was a V5 fan before I was even casting the LPL. 2019, Windy and Mole. Woo-hoo-hoo.
See, this is where you're a fool, Lyric. I've big brained this. I know we suck at predictions, and whoever we say is going to win isn't going to win. So my RNG is going strong here. We have cursed them.
And especially when we all go
Weibo.
for the same one.
Weibo's
Every
winning.
time we all
Weibo's winning.
Dude, every time we all vote for the
I'm
same
taking off the
team,
jersey.
they always
I'm taking
lose.
off the jersey. The jersey's gone. Actually, I'm not going to take off the jersey. I love the jersey.
All right. Lyric and Dagda, it was an absolute pleasure to have you guys here for another episode of The Last Hit. As always, thank you guys for joining me. It has been a wonderful episode, and it has been a long night here on the 2nd of March. But find us in the same place, same time next week, as we'll be right back to it here at The Last Hit. So see you there.
Running in circles, waiting for the moment to come. There's no rehearsal when you want to reach the stars. I lift my head up and hit resume. Get me away from the waiting room, 'cause we were born to achieve a dream. So just fire away, fire away. Well, do you feel it getting closer? I know each day we're growing stronger. Well, do you feel it getting closer? My eyes on the clock, the game is on. 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 I feel I'm on the edge, testing my own limits. It's taking me to the top. I'm taking action, okay, here we go. Well, do you feel it getting closer? I know each day we're growing stronger. Well, do you feel it getting closer? My eyes on the clock, the game is on.
他们说要跟着那阵风去征服每一座巅峰，然后呢？巅峰之后是什么？他们将我捧上云巅，也让我从头来过。 孤行。要让我折服的，我踏入光明；让我无路可走的，使我惧怕。反又让他们畏缩。他们一直说个不停，因为他们害怕洪水猛兽，那就比猛兽更凶猛，比洪水更滔天。是将到来的，终会成苦；汹涌而起的，终会证明。既然暴风将至，那就去把那些不服的、不屈的、不可磨灭的、非赢不可的，通通化成风。这里是我们，我们就是风暴。
上单 Rich， 打野 Karsa， 中单 Rookie， 下路 Voltic， 辅助 PP God， 主教练 Nofi。再次欢迎深圳 V5战队。接下来，让我们欢迎北京京东 Gaming。上单369，打野 Kanavi， 中单牙膏，下路 Hope， 辅助 Missing， 主教练 Homie。再次欢迎北京 JDG。深圳 V5对阵北京 JDG 即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。 全军出击！
怪兽赤风。在那儿。 去救过。
野兽出笼。
这就对了。
命运如此。
退！
非成一地。
Red team has slain the dragon.
标记一下。
turret has been destroyed. Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
张吧！一切都将崩塌。一切都将崩塌。
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
起来，进步，这就对了。上钩场。修正器。
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
来吧，符文在召唤。
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
目标。
team's turret has been destroyed.
合起来！
Red team has slain the dragon. Ace.
一切都将崩塌。
Red team's turret has been destroyed. Red team's inhibitor has been destroyed. Red team's inhibitor respawning soon. Red team's inhibitor is respawning soon. team's inhibitor is respawning soon. Blue team's inhibitor has been destroyed.
fight Fiora. Not usually ideal. It's a great bubble comes out from the scout. Actually cleansing super late on that one. Inferno! Viper is here. Kiss the ring, Tom. Top Esports, and now the rest of the follow-up Mako with a double play. It's too beautiful. Xiaosheng chasing them down one by one, gets himself a double as Top Esports are just destroyed. Gwen is immune though, and Scout underneath the tower right now gets away on the dark passage. Oh, actually goes down. Wayward finished that one with a turret shot.
If you find momentum on this pick, you will just murder camps. And honestly, he's so focused on denying John. And this is something that we saw when Hector was really in the meta before, is that you can invade it. No flash means he's very vulnerable to things like this.
And, you know, shotgun historically does counter the horse. But it's going to be a blast cone, and he's jumped into the rest of the team. Kanavi spiced the blue buff. Shun has been found out. Missing soloing the blue buff, and Shun just flies into his own demise.
Munchables believes in Mojo, and B5 this game, look at this. Pure Mojo as Jin Jiao gets knocked up, Dredgeline. He flies through the sky, but with the movement speed, Photic in the range. Another auto attack needed. Now turning for Eric, but Shadow shows up. No one else from B5 is going to be 2v3, but it might not matter. Eric getting auto attack to death, and Photic now launched on by Shadow. 3 talent strike with Wind becomes lightning, and Audacious charge to turn it around. They jump on Photic, but he gets the support. Eaten up by PP God. This 2v2. PP God and Photic. I see a triple P, and I absolutely love it.
Top Esports approach, they can look to turn. They have to be really cautious though. They lost the last 50-50 in the previous game. They lose this one, it's doomed.
Nice Shockwave is going to be where I'm looking. Wayward jumping in, Needleworks back up and available. Tien off the back, don't burger flip it here. Cleared on the side, Sonic Wave hits in. Smite coming down, it's stolen. FPX, 1-for-1 in the series with the Barons. They may take down 2 with them, but Baron goes over.
This is a really desperate situation for LNG. Can they take the Elder? It's smited away by Karsa, and now the Executes are going to be coming through. Flap those wings, baby, because the Elder Dragon is coming alive. LNG still in the fight, though. They can't take down PP God. They can't take down Photic, and it's all over. Photic is flashing forward. The Elder Dragon sweeps. The roar of death takes hold, and LNG lose game number 1. A pentakill for Photic.
I know time is gonna come when there'll be a witch hunt. We're gonna have to stand and fight, stay close and stay tight. One day this will all change. The world will be my stage.
mercy on my wicked soul. Nobody told me what makes right from wrong. Came from the shadow with an eagle eye, leaving all my thoughts and my fears behind. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Yeah, I'm gonna run from here. Run, run, run. Nobody come from here. So I leave today. Say goodbye to all of the pain. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. I'm letting go where I came from. I'm moving up. I'm moving on. I'm shaking off where I came from.
京东这个队伍啊，主要就是有我老队友九哥在嘛，就感觉他们还是围绕上半区在打，然后卡纳比也是一直都在上半区，然后比较帮他嘛，就感觉对上京东的话，我们上野对抗应该是比较关键的。想对九哥说小心点，我可能会多照顾你一下。
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎它。全军出击！
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Hello everyone, welcome to post-game interview in Shanghai studio. This is Christina. Now we're joined by 369, the top laner from JDG. Congratulations on your win. Did you make special preparation into Victory 5 because you were at the first place of the standings? 让我们欢迎 JDG 的上单选手369来到赛后采访。首先想要问到的是，在今天比赛之前应对积分榜单第1名的威武战队，你们有没有做哪些特殊的准备呢？
我们打 V5的话，因为他们现在是榜单第1嘛，打他们压力比较大，然后我们会看了他们很多比赛去研究，然后想办法赢下他们，因为我们现在想要进去季后赛，必须得赢他们。
Actually, before the Victory 5 was the first place of the standings, we really did a lot of homework, not homework, we really watched a lot of their games to study their habit because if we want to make playoffs, this game is really crucial for us. We must take this win. So next question is about game 1. The game 1 is so back and forth. Nobody can predict the result of the game until that's the second. So I'm curious about your late game strategies. So how did you guys to manage with the between the defending your base and to attack? 第二个问题想要问到的是今天的第一局比赛。第一局比赛确实非常有来有回，你们鏖战了40多分钟。想问一下，在大后期的时候，你们是如何平衡守家和进攻这2个方向的呢？然后能运营的非常好，结束了比赛。
就大后期的话，因为我们很容易被偷家嘛，对面也能看出来，对面就比较想要去偷我们的家。然后我们的话就是想要就是把边线处理好以后，再就是把中线推出去跟对面拼一波，因为我们当时拿了远古龙嘛。
Actually, our enemy opponents they were trying to destroy our inhibitor by the Hextech gate, and we just decided to push in the mid lane waves to. If we got the Elder Drake, so we just to push in the waves, manage the waves firstly, then we just to maybe take a team fight with them to end the game. So my third question is about the game 2. Your enemy top laner Gilwen destroyed the 2 turrets on the top laner before the 16 minutes. And how did you guys to manage into the mid game? And maybe especially there are 2 excellent team fights around the Baron pit. One of them is your jungler steal the Drake, and the last team fight your support missing his skills is excellent to kill your enemy's opponent, kill the rookie. 接下来想问一下，在第2局的时候，可能这样上单格温在16分钟的时候就已经推完了上路的2座外塔了。然后你们中期的应对思路是什么样的？特别是在中期的时候，中后期有2波非常完美的大龙团，一波是卡纳维偷龙，一波抢龙，另一波是 Missing 的垂直的 E 技能，在那个最后一波团战的时候非常精准的摆到了 Rookie， 击杀掉 Rookie 之后，你们也是顺利拿下大龙一波的比赛。可以跟我们分享一下中后期的决策，特别是围绕大龙团那2波出的决策吗？
就是格温16分钟拆了很多塔嘛，他身上钱比较多，但是我们看到他就是装备出的是魔抗装，然后还是就是防装嘛，属于是。然后我就跟 AD 说，我说他没有护甲，你就打他别急，打他很快的，然后我们就想办法就拖一下，拖到后期打团，我们感觉还是比较好打的。
Our enemy opponent Gilwen farmed so well and she got a big golden lead, but we noticed that she purchased defending items like manage resistance. So I talked to our AD carry to him is that don't be worried about that. Gilwen is easy to attack because she purchased a lot of resistance defending items in the late game. We just to protect our AD carry to make a hard engagement. In that case, we can end the game. My final question is about your team's goal next because maybe you'll get a better close into the playoff. 最后一个问题想要问到的是，京东今天赢下这一场比赛之后呢，离季后赛也是更进一步了。你们下一步的目标和计划是什么呢？
就赢下这一场比赛的话，我们就比较开心嘛。然后我们的目标就是希望就是打好每一场比赛，然后向大家就展示好我们的努力，我们的就是结果。
I feel pretty happy to get this win today, and we just want to play every single game well to show a better performance on this stage. 让我们再次感谢369选手来到赛后采访，也再次恭喜 JDG 拿下今天比赛的胜利。Thank you so much for joining me. Back to you guys.
Prime here, you can see what they're thinking. Hey, we still have a lot of follow-up damage. Sure, our Leona does need to back off, but again,
Elk is
tighten them out, pedal them off.
Elk is flying in this replay!
Oh wait, oh wait, Elk is flying.
It's Harry Potter! Oh my god! Oh my god! Alright, forget the replay. Elk is a wizard. Like that.
You're a wizard.
I don't know how. Got the Shy on your roster. Because they can move towards this bottom lane. The inhib is open. There's a minion.
Nice.
Man, my team is very good. My team is very good. Very good.
Nice.
My team is very good. Very good.
Nice.
Man.
Stepping forward with another point. Shots onto the board. They're 1-0.
And now they can just look to take that wave in mid. The TP's already coming through the Shy. The masked man standing. Can he get Doggo?
How is Doggo on this side of the tower?
Oh my
What happened for Doggo to be there?
He's so far from home. He doesn't even have a collar. Nobody
He's
knows.
got Battlestar, but still gets the kill. And now the chase down is on Invincible. Has to block for his team. As the curtain call sends V5 away. The team. I mean, let's be honest. If you want a team with Mojo, this is your team. They know what's up.
Oh, the ulti comes in. Cole's now going to be the target, but that's just the support. Southwind has been left behind. Wait, did Cole think the Jinx was on the enemy team, I wonder?
And WE find a consolation prize at the end.
V5 need to stop this. Dragon is in 20 seconds. V5
Wait,
are
what
trying
are
to
these
stop
wards?
them from
How are you
resetting.
missing?
And wow, Super Mega Death Rocket with an absolute big one. Strive on the chase, the needlework. It's just a little tip. Tarzan, the what? Strive is a madman. That target selection lyric, that was insane.
That wave out, and it feels like they're trying to get pressure on that bottom side while they can. 2.5 minutes until that Baron comes up, so they don't need to worry about getting caught on the wrong side of the map. This is 9. He's found us.
It was at this moment he knew. He f***ed up.
He must have gone past that control wall to get there. Goes for the slice of Maelstrom anyway, but Viper flashes away. And 369, you know, it was a good attempt. I like the gumption there. You're down on death row at this point. You might as well try and make something happen, but it just cannot come to fruition.
Try and use their map pressure, use their mobility, look for picks, and see if they can kind of catch out Ultra Prime. Oh, they're going again.
Oh, they're doing it again! They just have no chill. EDG, these guys have families. Come on.
Very curious about that. So no TP available for ZDZ. Let's have a look at the inside. Oh, no! Or sorry, in the base, I should say. It's actually just been saying, look, I don't care about the 1v1. So where are we going, observers? We're looking at one, the other. RNG, take the next. No, he didn't the inhibitor. No, wait, did he? Wait, no, the inhibitor respawn. We haven't finished. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Observers, please. Go back. Thank you.
Okay, they're gonna end it. They're gonna end it. They got it.
My God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
All right. I won with Fiesta. that was some. Hey, RNG do close it out. They do manage to. They manage to. I mean, the rest of the team would join them.
绿毛这个选手他是属于很稳健的，而且他开团是特别的果断的。我觉得，我想从对线应该能打凶一点，给他制造点困难。LNG 下路 Light 跟绿毛的话，两个对线风格其实是非常的稳健的，可能对他们的应对的话，我觉得是可能尽量的打凶一点吧，给他们制造一些假象。
上单 New， 打野 Tripton， 中单优卡，下路泡芙，辅助 Southwing， 主教练 Heart。再次欢迎 TT 战队。接下来，让我们欢迎苏州 LNG Esports。上单阿乐，打野 Tarzan， 中单杜英碧，下路 Light， 辅助绿毛，主教练 Poppy。再次欢迎苏州 LNG 战队。TT 对阵苏州 LNG 即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。
全军出击！
标记一下。释放！
惬意。
卷轴要烧掉的。
team's turret has been destroyed. Red team's turret has been destroyed. turret has been destroyed. Red team's turret has been destroyed. Blue team's turret has been destroyed. dragon. Blue team's turret has been destroyed. Shut down. Blue team's inhibitor has been destroyed. team's turret has been destroyed.
In 2021, RNG lost to EDG in the most important match.
Oh, that's gonna miss. He's got to ward hop away to stay alive with a flash to find the knockup. JDG is perfect and he finds the kill. That's an easy smite. The flash is followed with the dunk, and Gala is gonna get sniped by Viper. EDG, it took them 6 attempts, but this time they will knock down RNG.
Now, RNG wants revenge.
He can try and force it now. Actually, he's gone down.
Why are you there, my friend? Why are you pushing him when he's still acquainted? He's still healing. Oh, that healing was ridiculous. They still haven't taken him down. Finally, they get him, and here comes the package across everybody. Burn, baby, burn. RNG find themselves a fight. Triple kill for Big.
Xiaohu played well in the top lane in 2021, and we worried whether he would be unfamiliar in his return to mid. But now it seems our worries were superfluous. As the leader, he deserves to be trusted.
再次回到中的话，其实这条线我也比较熟悉嘛，然后这个那个对线方面我是也是没什么担忧的吧，然后也是现在的一些上单的一些就是学习到的经验跟打法吧。
Although he burns on the interim, but anyone's let Jeff reset it. Xiaohu! Vex, Xiaohu! Say his name, say the champion!
Xiaohu is still one of the top mid laners, but this time he's going to face the finals MVP of World Scout, who is still a top mid laner in the LPL in his own right and is always willing to exert his pressure.
最近我们自己的状态可以说是不稳定吧，但是也在慢慢提升中。然后后面的话，我们保持好状态的话，应该会没问题。
Player as well. He goes gold with the shockwave. From down on the back end. That's the real hero play. The teacher is still the teacher.
Under the leadership of Xiaohu, RNG is still outstanding in this spring split, and Bin has well passed the adaptation period and has played to his strengths.
Absolutely huge. Now Bin might actually try and dive Yakali.
He gets him, I think. Yeah, one more snip and he got him. He's dead. The night is still ticking, but not enough because you've got the needlework for the healing. He'll able to push out this wave as well. Way not quite able to make it on bot side, but Bin makes up for it in top.
EDG still retain dominance as world champions, especially JJ. He may even be stronger now than he was at Worlds.
And he's still him going down fast over the wall. Pill, but he gets it.
He does.
JJ gets it. World champion quality jungler.
我觉得这次遇上 RNG 的话，胜负关键还是我感觉在小虎身上吧。对，我们要去研究一下小虎这边的打法。
英哥啊、小虎啊，他们应该都挺想拿 MVP 的，就是看他们两个表演就行。
EDG and RNG are both strong legacy teams of the LPL, as well as MSI champion and world champion respectively. Over the years, they have been friends, they have been opponents, however, there can always only be one winner. They all must fight for their own honor. EDG versus RNG.
Staring out at an April snow and your taxi in the street, I imagine time has slowed. In sympathy, of packing up my heart to walk away. Still, it's all I want to say, 'cause I learned to love for you. I don't want somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love. Holding on to a photograph from the day we made our vows, and I bet we would have laughed to see somebody new. Impossible for me to let it go, let it go. So if it's goodbye, if you're running free, you ought to know, ought to know. You're the reason I learned to love, learn to love.
The moment I throw my backpack in the trunk of your rusty car, not knowing where we going, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. Oh, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, moon, and you. We follow our hearts, we see in the signs, led by the stars, not knowing where we're going. Yeah, I'm hoping that it's gonna be far, it's gonna be far. And all I see is a white view light through soft clouds, the sun, moon, and you. Emotional landscapes right here, making memories with you, sun.
我觉得破剑者这个装备就是适合那些单带厉害的英雄。春季赛的前半段我打得挺烂的，然后我希望后半段能找回之前的自信跟状态吧。
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。全军出击！
slain the dragon.
防御塔镀层即将脱落。
team's turret has been destroyed. Blue team's turret has been destroyed. Team's turret has been destroyed.
despite the aura. Not usually ideal. It's a great bubble comes out from Scout. Actually cleansing super late on that one. Viper is here. Kiss the ring, top esports. And now the rest of the follow-up Mako with a double play. It's too beautiful. Xiaosheng chasing them down one by one. Gets himself a double as top esports are just destroyed. Gwen is immune though, and Scout underneath the tower right now gets away on the dark passage. Oh, actually goes down. Wayward finished that one with a turret shot.
If you find momentum on this pick, you will just murder camps. And honestly, he's so focused on denying John. And this is something that we saw when Hecarim was really in the meta before, is that you can invade it. No flash means he's very vulnerable to things like this.
And, you know, shotgun historically does counter the horse. But it's going to be a blast cone, and he's jumped into the rest of the team. Kanavi spikes the blue buff. Shun has been found out. Missing soloing the blue buff, and Shun just flies into his own demise.
Munchables believes in Mojo, and B5 this game, look at this. Pure Mojo as Jin Jiao gets knocked up, Dredgeline, he flies through the sky, but with the movement speed, Photic in the range, another auto attack needed, now turning for Eric, but Shadow shows up. No one else from B5 is going to be a 2v3, but it might not matter. Eric getting auto attack to death, and Photic now launched on by Shadow. 3 talent strike with Wind becomes lightning, and Audacious charge to turn it around. They jump on Photic, but he gets the support. Eaten up by PP God. This 2v2, PP God and Photic. I see a triple P, and I absolutely love it.
Top esports approach, they can look to turn. They have to be really cautious though. They lost the last 50-50 in the previous game. They lose this one, it's doomed.
Nice shockwave is going to be where I'm looking. Wayward jumping in, Needleworks back up and available. Tien off the back, don't burger flip it here. Cleared on the side, Sonic Wave hits in. Smite coming down, it's stolen. FPX, 1-for-1 in the series with the Barons. They may take down 2 with them, but Baron goes over.
This is a really desperate situation for LNG. Can they take the Elder? It's smited away by Karsa, and now the executes are going to be coming through. Flap those wings, baby, because the Elder Dragon is coming alive. LNG still in the fight, though. They can't take down PP God. They can't take down Photic, and it's all over. Photic is flashing forward. The Elder Dragon sweeps. The roar of death takes hold, and LNG lose game number 1. A pentakill for Photic.
Guess who's back to blow your mind? But let me warn you one last time. Guess who's back to change your life? But it's not gonna be just fine. Whoa, I've got you under my spell tonight. Whoa, we're both heading to hell tonight. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my way. Won't light it up, then I'll burn it down. I'm gonna make you feel like you're invincible when no one's around. I'm gonna build you up, and then I'll strike you down. 'Cause you're about to know it's nothing personal. Sometimes good people do bad things. I have always tried to be nice. I've sat right back, I've tried to be quiet. But I can only take so much, and then I just explode. To feel it building inside, then I just need to let it go. So don't ever listen to a word they say. It's time that you found out that I'm gonna get my Sometimes good people do bad things. Sometimes good people do bad things. Sometimes good people do bad things.
You walk down the streets and see different faces with a hope of the riches. They reach out for love and for freedom forever. Do you remember how it feels? Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. When weakness overcomes you, face it, go through, and the things as they come, it will go further now. Spring arms wide open in the middle of the storm. Whoa, you fulfill it right now. Set a goal for yourself. This is still not the end. And pull it through now. Every pain that you feel comes to an end oh so soon. The time has come now. No, it's not the time to quit. Put yourself together, whoa. And listen right now. Don't care about the tears, all your problems. I'll be there for you in the middle of the night. And I don't care about all of these hard times. I keep pace with you, 'cause the rest is shining bright. Let's walk for a while with a face full of smile until sadness disappears. Oh, when weakness overcomes you, face it.
연습 단계에서 호흡은 좋다고 생각합니다. 근데 대회 때만 오면 이상해져서. 근데 그걸 핑계를 댈 수는 없고 저희가 진 건 진 거고 다음 경기 때 이기도록 하겠습니다. 별 생각은 딱히 저의 친한 친구라고 생각하기 때문에 별 생각은 딱히 없고 하고 싶은 말은 내가 당장 내일 뒤져도 형은 이길게.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。全军出击！
美女手机。 team's turret has been destroyed. Killing spree. Blue team's turret has been destroyed. Blue team's inhibitor has been destroyed. Blue team's turret has been destroyed. Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Everybody fighting！
已经有人嗨了吗？米娜桑干嘛？
明海有点赶，感觉明海有点赶。
我干什么？我是最不敢的，兄弟们。
真的吗？
平常心平淡。我那个分析做的还不细，兄弟们。
大
家准备好了吗？
太细了，
太细了。
大家准备好了吗？
太细了。真的，说你是 OMG 教练，我都觉得是真的。
确实，
你太了解他们了，
太细了，太细了。
感觉分析完都知道他们接下来要怎么调整了。
哦，分析完了，直接就有思路，是不是？
他这个意思就是，他意思就是我们这把必赢，我们必赢。
他们可能想打的，你这也放一把啊，你放一把，我单着。
雷克赛，慢点。
哦，好像看把雷克赛杀了吧，我一下，他一下，走就行，没事。泰坦没闪。雷克赛，保一下，他们要硬杀，哦，可以，
这一定没闪现。
OK，很赚，
可以慢一点的，其实。
不是，我们想去放眼的。
哦 ，OK，
然后打起来了，没事。中路开，维克托
没闪，可以逼个小队了。看，啊，这样就死了。A 中了。
有点不行，赵姐，慢点，捡个灯。
我顶，没事。
雷克赛，慢点。
我死了，可以打，输出了。
慢一点。
你没闪了，
慢点。
行，我灯，捡灯，可以打。
没个多没闪，
慢点吧，
先走吧。
这操作我看的有点
没听会了。
稳点，赵姐，太着急，看你操作，回了。
我开吧。
对，盲僧别乱冲。
没事。有点失望，赵丽姐。
看一下这波。
OK，
准备好看。
可以。
先看泰坦呗。
慢点。
慢点。
没事，我死不了。你死了。
OK，
慢点。
我们冲吧。我们先绕龙，慢点，我们先绕龙。
那你们打吧，来个赛不在。
我们先杀鳄鱼。维克多。别这么大钱。
我这羊。
你为什么能秒 AD 啊？
我直接单切 AD，哇上去了拿下了吧？
对。你这羊不对劲啊，黄翔。
我好久没玩
这一波，没事，这羊可以的，我只能说。直接预判别人闪，只是这盲僧太可惜了，这把真的。
我老预判闪了。没有，那波。踢回来了，被打断了。
就是踢太慢了呀！怎么能踢那么慢啊，赵丽姐？
我大刀把他撞飞了，他没踢。
你的盲僧没那么慢吧？我刚看了一下，
老了，被夹住了。
太离谱了呀！
你们加油，还有最后一把！
加油，兄弟们，赢下这把过好年。
看后面有鱼，鳄鱼，看鳄鱼！
上
鱼没闪，
跳走了，上鱼！
nice， 黑这边我追过去了，
可以追，自己看。
冲，兄弟们！死了，我死了。可以打，没闪。
你没闪。
追，能闪吗？别急，慢慢操作。
打断了。
这个。我来了。
他没闪。好乱，
把这个杀了吧。
不行就打先锋吧。
把他杀了，可以。
或者我们推上。
他能杀，别急，他能杀，别操作他。nice，兄
弟们，这波操作拉满了。 虽然真不是纯赢，但我这波操作真的拉满了。
兄弟们，稳住就赢了，
真稳就赢了，
绷住。
这位置看不靠？你们拉掉，推打！
推打！
就赢！
推打！
杀人！来手！
过个好年！
听我讲，我觉得这波我们可以压到他们下高地，然后让金哥你站中，怎么样？
可以，来，可以。
来呗。
我中间也快进了。
金哥是可以，没事。
哎，攻打，很急。哎，我来看。
哎，挖掘机。
我打狙击，打狙击，挖掘机，来。哎，你没闪，别急，我在打狙没有
？A 塔一下，等会 A 塔，
来杀！
过年了，
大哥大嫂，过年好。
杰斯吧，很真实。
感觉每个角都挺喜欢的，就一定要说一个嘛，杰斯吧，就完成了男人都想完成的梦想。
范德尔吧，因为感觉他人很好。
金克斯的那个养父，就是他挺帅的。
I think Jinx the most because I like to play her a lot when I play AD carry.
看过一点点吧，喜欢那个金克斯，金克斯可爱吧？
应该比较喜欢金克斯吧，因为感觉他们跟我蛮像的，就是在打人的时候很凶，然后会发疯。
我比较喜欢抱抱吧，因为看起来很疯狂。
抱抱吧，金克斯好像是。我也没具体看，但我觉得应该挺好的。
抱抱吧，因为他是主角。
抱抱吧，因为他长大了。
我个人比较喜欢，我觉得是魏吧，对，我觉得魏那种性格的，就就是感觉在双城之战里面比较凸显的比较明显吧。
바이나 캡틀 좀 정의로운 걸 좋아하는 것 같아. 比较喜欢维克托吧。
我更喜欢一点维克托吧，因为我觉得维克托很纯粹，他就是为了自己的梦想，我觉得在努力着。我觉得他那个挺好的，而且他也挺励志的嘛。都说他其实是从下城区来的，然后一步步的走到了至少在上城区的那种科研室里面，而且他也是一直很努力的为着自己的梦想吧，就是自己所想要的一直去努力做着。对。
说实话吧，我喜欢希尔克，因为我感觉他就很像一个，就算他前面有点小坏，但我觉得他后面就是感觉很 man。
喜欢希尔科吧，感觉描述的比较有血有肉吧，我感觉。
希尔克他也是比较有自己，就是坚持自己的内心，然后发现坚持到最后，然后发现他和就是人遭遇了一种事情之后，他给我的影响是最深的，就是人遭遇了一些，就是遇到了可能相同的事情，大家可能最后都会被磨平，人讲变得一样，所以我可能我觉得感触挺大的。
没看过。
没看过。 我没看过。
我没看过，肯定也没有。
没有。听的最多的就是鲍勃，还有维克托那个。
我没怎么看过，那些角色什么我还是知道的，就是那个议员，我最喜欢玩的英雄。对，那段时间打排位选角色也不知道为什么大家都在刷，后来就慢慢了解了。
剧中的角色都挺好的，都是英雄联盟世界观的，希望后面再多出几集。这还是个从很小的地方刚开始讲起。搞点简单的，人在塔在。
飞机的台词，王牌飞行员申请出来。
I'll choose for Zed. The unseen blade is the deadliest because my name is Shadow. You know, attacks from the shadow.
XDDDDD。酒桶的那个，你买单我就来。
你说的对，颗粒好像。
因为打的是韩服，所以记不住。
我将杀，不是说怎么念来着？
我于杀戮之中身上一如黎明中的花。
我没有很喜欢的英雄台词。
勇士无爱，举目破败。
背班的时候，德莱文会说德莱文走了。就瑞斯的我们走，因为刚玩英雄联盟的时候，就那种450的英雄玩的比较多吧，就听这种台词听的比较多一点。
我觉得豹女讲的话还挺酷的，就是她有一个就是有个原因是什么？懦夫的味道，就是那一句还挺酷。
就选维克托嘛，加入光荣的进化。
没有吧，就是感觉没有太注意这个吧。
모르겠다. 나 다 대사 다 주는데 한국서 원작 때는 대사 따라하면서 게임해가지고.
结束了，为了更美好的明天而战。
I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside, the glowing light is shine. I am with you. Oh, close my eyes, sense your vibe, being alive just feels so right. We are flying out of space and time. Sparks spraying between us, colorful. clouds of dust. Coincidence might be divine. Wanna sing your melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside. The glowing light is shine, I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child. The chaos of my mind, I am with me. Skin to skin, wondering, landscapes we're discovering, whole new world so new and welcoming. Am I dreaming? Are we here? Just imagine how it feels. Stop believing that it could be real. Wanna sing a melody, sounds like poetry to me. Let your key resonate all through my body. I saw you tonight, your beauty from inside. The glowing light is shine, I am with you. Oh, you saw me tonight, the soul of a child. The chaos of my mind, I am with me. Oh.
下一场对阵 BLG 战队嘛，我觉得他们队伍在这个赛季表现很好嘛，他们队伍不管是个人实力还是团战都比较出色。下一场对阵 BLG 下路组合嘛，因为他们下路我也比较了解嘛，对上他们的话，就把自己的队线打好一点。
上单 Breeze， 打野微微，中单 Fofo， 下路 Gogo， 辅助 Chris， 主教练点。再次欢迎 BLG 平安银行战队。FunPlus 对阵 BLG 平安银行即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。 全军出击。 team's turret has been destroyed. Blue team's turret has been destroyed. Team's turret has been destroyed.
Red team's turret has been destroyed. Blue team's turret has been destroyed. Blue team's turret has been destroyed. team's turret has been destroyed.
to the fallen, leave me to be with the broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, let us never surrender. May we rise up to the call for the glory and the fall. Why do you speak on my name? Why do you treat me so bad? 'Cause I never made you feel like this. Why do you leave me into? Do you love me for real? Do you love me for siren without a warning. You never know what hits you if you wake up in the morning like a temptress in a red dress. Seduction is destruction, so you better get a move. Danger, danger, look where you're going. The heart is open, your blood is overflowing, baby. Danger, danger, look where you're headed. Got your pedal to the metal, and life is not ready, baby. Yeah. I'm gonna use you and abuse you. Tie a track on your back, you run you down. Look behind a fallen angel, flying siren. I'm a beacon in the tunnel, light me up like green lightning. Danger, danger, look where you're going. Your heart is open and your blood is overflowing, baby. Danger, danger, look where you're headed. Got your pedal to the metal and life is not a letter. Danger, danger, nothing could be stranger than the feeling that you get when the dark side is calling after you. Danger, 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 danger. Look where you're headed, got your pedal to the metal, and life is not a letter. Danger, danger, nothing but
一般在进这种人员跟动比较多的队伍，我觉得可能都会有一个起伏的时间吧。可能一开始的状态比较好，但打到中间的话，肯定是因为就是大家互相了解的时间不是很多，所以可能还是会有一些状态上一些比较不好的地方。但是我可能有更多的时间的话，可能他们的状态会变得比以前更好。下一场对阵 FunPlus 的话，在我看来可能就是一场普通的常规赛吧，就没有什么特别大的一些含义。然后就希望能跟 FunPlus 为大家献上一场精彩的比赛。
雄联盟。敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。全军出击！
你在还手吗？太稀了。未来的世界将会更加多变。任何事情都要一分为二，由我来分。 是精确起来。 没。
将崩塌！
Red team has slain the dragon.
一切都将崩塌。
们 LPL 的发展，我们 LPL 的用户越来越多，影响力越来越大那我们其实也去有一个品牌上面的策略的转变，就是我们希望能够更加体育化和专业化。
因为在目前可能从整个英雄电子竞技去发展的状态上来看，我们不再是去向 S 赛学习，不再是可能持续的大面积的去向传统的体育的转播进行学习的这样一个状态，而更多的是我们需要不断的去突破自己。
With the LPL, we knew that we were going to have to dig really deep and find what made this league really different. And so to do that, we started immersing ourselves really deeply from a distance into their world, into their community, their culture, spending a lot of time with different team members, players, fans, shoutcasters, both present and past.
Something that we found out is that the LPL's approach to the game is crazy. It's almost next level madness. But to the LPL, it's almost genius. And this unpredictable, intense, fierce, wild, and being always one step ahead was something that we wanted to tap into. Together, we defined crazy as our game. It's a proud statement that really speaks to this bold mentality of the LPL players and the LPL community.
那么在整个品牌刷新的过程当中，我们也和 DS 团队保持紧密的沟通协作。每一个设计元素都经过我们仔细的考量和精心的设计，希望能够将更好的体验带给玩家。
在设计风格方面，把 LPL 打造成为建立在专业和竞技的基础之上，融入新颖的视觉创意，给我们的玩家带来新鲜的体验。同时呢，也融入了中国的传统文化元素，创造属于 LPL 的全新视觉风格。
We then began to think LPL's crazy energy as this dragon mode. But this dragon mode had two key behaviors, tension and eruption, an ability to flex between calm and controlled to hyper-energetic and loud.
Every one of our elements is designed to supercharge our visual system. They become expressions of the crazy energy that the LPL unleashes on the Rift. And this gives us this great opportunity with our colours. They're both inspired by fire and water. We created a custom headline typeface in both English and Mandarin, with every detail designed to reflect the veracity of how the LPL moves on the Rift.
我们这次品牌刷新也以中国古典哲学当中的五行概念和 LPL 赛场上不同的战况进行了结合，去体现 LPL 竞技为上、无畏拼搏的精神。
Each of these elements were a dynamic manifestation of the crazy energy that exists from within the LPL. Flow, frenzy, focus, explode, and regenerate.
Every element of the brand had to be designed taking motion into account. We needed a system that allowed us to dial up and down the amount of movement. So when the fans need to read the stats or they're waiting for the match to start, for example, the gradients can function as a living hold. But on the other hand, when something extraordinary happens during the game, the visuals can explode and take over the screen in the most powerful way possible.
所以我们还是希望通过这样品牌刷新以后，给我们更大的压力和动力，去给行业和用户创造更好的一个价值，去传递具有中国传统文化特色的 LPL 的体育竞技精神和品牌形象。
而到今天，我们在制定我们今天的整个从我们的品牌的核心理念到我们最后呈现出来的视觉风格和我们的 slogan， 其实体现到了我们现在整体的一个新的风格，也就是 Crazy is our game， 无畏进巅峰。
Mama, shake your ow, shake, hypnotize me. The way you shake your it's tantalizing. Get loose, no. Shake a little bit too long. I wanna move my body till I sweat. I wanna groove and party till the lights come on. I part where y'all sing along. Y'all ready? Here we go. Party till the lights come on. I need y'all to say that with me. Party till the lights come on. Sing it for me one time. Party till the lights come on. All the fellas, all the ladies, let me hear you. Party till the lights come on. Ooh, it sounds so good now. Party till the lights come on. Party till the lights come on. Party till the lights come on. Ooh, ooh, ooh.
We've been walking countless miles on a mystic way of life, unsure where we're going. Where's the rooftop of our life so we can lay down side by side, facing the sky? Watching the stars collide, watching them watching the stars collide, watching them.
就我们的游戏风格是可以打上中下，这都是可以看当下局势。但我觉得 FunPlus 很多都是依靠林伟翔再去做支撑的。下路 FunPlus 的话，他们也算是一个算是最激进的一个队伍吧，因为他们辅助是一个03年的，就是也蛮想打架的。我跟松松的话，就只要想办法苟住，然后等上野 carry 就好。
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。全军出击！ 尘能量激活。别跑啊！你还能怎么办呢？就绪。说错这是爱情吧？哼。 光反射。
陷阱。
续演完成。
Blue team's turret has been destroyed.
,小溪灵魂冲刺。
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
,活跃最大值已达成。
加眼吧。
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
,充能完毕。 星辰能量激活。让我们永远联系。这会让你的心变成超级星星。能量激活。
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
星辰能量进光。
team triple kill. Blue team has slain the dragon. Ace.
Hello everyone, welcome to post-game interview in Shanghai studio. This is Christina. Now we're joined by Xiaolo, who is a top liner from FunPlus Phoenix. Congratulations on your win, and you just stopped your losing streak, get this reverse sweep of best of 3. How do you feel right now? 让我们欢迎 FunPlus 上单选手小老虎来到赛后采访。恭喜你们今天让1追2拿下比赛胜利。想问一下，终结连败之后，特别是在今天 BO3 翻盘之后，现在感觉怎么样呢？
就感觉特别不容易嘛，然后大家也开赛就比较紧张嘛，然后就感谢队友扛住压力，然后让1追2吧，谢谢队友的表现吧。
Actually, before today's game, we are under too much pressure, and thanks to my teammates, they performed super well today, and I feel super happy about getting this win. Nextly, I want to touch on your roster, your mid laner carry. Care, this player made his debut on the LPL stage, and what's your evaluation on his playstyle? And how does he gel in his playstyle into your whole team to make sure your team are on the same page? 接下来想问一下有关于今天人员变动的问题。你们今天的首发中单 Care 选手也是在赛季中后期加入了队伍嘛？你觉得他的游戏风格是怎么样的呢？以及在赛季中期加入到你们队伍之后，他是如何把他自己的游戏风格融入全队，能确保你们步调一致，然后在今天拿下比赛的胜利。
Care 的加入我们因为语言也就更流畅了嘛，然后大家沟通的也比较方便，然后也清楚，然后说打就打，然后就打的风格就是该打的时候我们就敢打，就不会畏畏缩缩的。
Actually, when Killer joined to the starting lineup today, we feel like we have better communication and our communication became more fluent than before. And maybe we don't be hasty in the team fights to make a lot of team fights. Don't be hasty and don't think about too much. Next, I want to touch on the game 1. Maybe it's a pity that for you guys to losing game 1. So any feedback or adjustment did you guys make after losing game 1? 接下来想要问一下，今天第1局失利之后，你们做了哪些反馈和调整呢？
第1局我们前期线上也有经济领先，然后发现到了打团的时候，我们感觉我们的阵容打团打不赢对面嘛，然后就做了一下阵容上的调整，就好打了。
Even though we got a good lead in the laning phase, but we feel like we didn't get a better advantage in team fight because maybe it is because of our draft. So we made a little bit change in BMP strategies in game 2 and game 3. Yeah, you guys showed a better momentum in game 2 and game 3. Especially, I want to touch on the last team fight around the Dragon Cell in game 3. How did you guys communicate and manage to get this win and ended the game? 说到第2、3局呢，你们确实在改变阵容之后呢，打的也是跟之前第1局可能展现出了完全不一样的势头。我最关心的还是在第3局的时候，最后一波龙魂团战，你们发挥的非常出色，并且在那波团战取胜之后，也是顺利的获得了比赛的胜利。可以跟我们分享一下当时那一波团战你们是如何决策沟通的呢吗？
我有一波回家之前发现小龙还有1分30秒就刷新了嘛，然后下路也有线权，我直接提去下路，然后把线带进对面的塔下嘛，然后我再包过来和我队友汇合，把龙坑占住，然后我们就会变得很好打。
After I recall, I feel like the dragon will respawn in the 1 minute and 30 seconds. So I teleport to the ball lane after I push in the wave. So I just get together with my teammate into the dragon pit to find a good position to make him take that team fight. In that case, we can win that team fight. Finally, I also touch on the top lane in patch 12.4. After patch 12.4 is coming, maybe there will be change on the bot lane champion. Yes, that is my question. That is my final question. 最后一个问题想要问到的就是12.4版本嘛。现在我们玩到12.4版本之后，对于上路英雄的选择会不会有哪些改变呢？或者你觉得现在12.4版本上单的生态环境是什么样的？
我觉得现在这个版本就上路能出破败的英雄可能就会变得更强一点，然后能出破剑者的也更强一点，然后坦克就属于不能玩的那种吧。
In my opinion, at the patch 12.4, those champions can purchase like Hellbreaker and the Round King will be better, stronger than before. Maybe the tanky champion is weaker than before. So thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations on your win again. 让我们再次 再次感谢我们的小老虎选手来到赛后采访，也再次恭喜 FPX 拿下今天比赛的胜利。Back to you guys.
Bye.